Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hello, how you're all doing? Here we go, indeed. So, we got a lot of art we can do today. Good potential. I don't know if you read the description of the stream, but there might be some hints in there. Sorry, but to sneeze. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Oh, all right. Bit of a hectic morning. My senior doggo was not willing to eat his kibble, so he had to be syringe fed, unfortunately. So just kind of rushing to get the stream all ready. So still just kind of organizing some things, and we'll get going pretty quick though. So today should be very fun. It is, in fact, kind of one of the things that the art team looks forward to every year that we get to illustrate, because they're just, I don't know, they're simple, but also we can make them really complex, and like they're a study, an art study, if you will. So today we will in fact be working on new eggs. So this is the egg template that I use for my egg illustrations, and yeah, I'm gonna duplicate this a few times because we're gonna try and do a few eggs today, if possible. Uh, no Howl's Moving Castle today. Keep asking though. Who knows? One day maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. Uh, all right. So let me double check what eggs I have in my carton to do. All right. Excellent. Excellent. And excellent. Okay. Cool. Oh, that sneeze got me. Okay. Now I'm just gonna look at a couple of pieces of reference for myself. Oh, sorry about that. Got the big sneezes this morning. Good thing I know where to hit the mute button. I need to like bind a key for that though. Thank you. Thank you for blessing me. Okay. So I'm just gonna grab some reference off screen. That ought to do you and you. Yeah, let's go with this one. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm not gonna actually say what any of these eggs are today, but I feel like you will be able to kind of theorize, perhaps infer. But yeah, I'm just gonna jump right in, and we're gonna start egg painting. So if you are watching this as a VOD or you're not familiar with the art streams, the Feedback Friday art streams, I tend to stream for several hours. Um, Today I could see it going as a whole day endeavor, depending on how much energy I have. But as I start the stream at 11, I tend to stream until 1 o'clock, and then I take a lunch break. When I come back from lunch, which is an hour long, I have a Larry link for you all, and we continue. Unless I've kind of like run out of energy or whatnot. So I'm also going to remember to start the time lapse on this one because this one should be a fun one. We might be able to paint multiple eggs today. They tend to go pretty quick, just because it's like a simple shape. But yeah, so strap in. It's going to be less of a kind of share input, more of a kind of like join me for this Bob Ross style, kind of just watch me paint happy trees. Only instead of happy trees, it's weird, creepy textures or whatnot. But do hang out in the chat. You know, crack as many egg puns as you can. Uh, Gets us into the theme of it. Um, yeah. So, how y'all doing? What's new? Okay, I'm gonna start by kind of building up some interesting kind of silhouette texture to this. And initially it might not kind of read as where I want to take it, but I think once I start kind of getting colors and then a couple extra textures into it, it'll be very, very quickly obvious what this is about. Yeah, honestly, I don't know why. I think it's just because it's kind of like this restrictive problem solving that like they're just a lot of fun to illustrate. I remember when I was first kind of working on my portfolio, uh, I had seen a really inspiring kind of concept art that other, you know, like game studios have done, where they just did material studies. Only it was like a cube, and they just kind of made, they illustrated a cube out of many different kind of materials to kind of just like be like, this is what it would look like if it was jade. This is what it would look like if it was like wood. Um, and I found that like a really cool kind of art study. So I did some of that way, 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 way back. Only I made like, uh, what was it? It was like the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil kind of monkey statues or whatever. And I made those out of like 3 different materials, and I did like a bunch of other studies. And I just found it like really, I don't know, it's almost like just zen and cathartic. Like my favorite part when doing an illustration, I think, is kind of rendering out material textures. So I think that's kind of, this is just purely that in a sense. Um, Yay for eggs. Yeah, we have quite a few this year, so I'm very excited about that. All right, so I think up here I'm gonna have that like so. I think it'll be less kind of like hard edges. Yeah, okay, cool. And I can do this for the concept sketch if I want to kind of like figure out my values. But honestly, for something so simple, I don't really need to go too crazy with that. Well, this is just kind of showing a little bit more. All right, so that's pretty good. I don't need that texture to go all the way up. Yeah. All right. So now, this is where it might start to kind of reveal itself. Okay, so one of the things I like about it being an egg shape is you get the kind of texture wrapping, and that can just kind of be fun to like make it feel more 3D. So, for example, if you have a sphere and you have like, I don't know, wires coming off of it at even intervals, what's going to end up happening, or spikes, let's say, just because that's more, you know, video gamey, I guess. What's going to end up happening is at the outer kind of perimeter, you're going to have them kind of starting to like overlap more and more. So it'll kind of get more dense because like all these kind of angles are condensing and stacking, if you will. So I kind of enjoy, I like to call this like deep texture, where when you have it wrapping around a form, as it turns away from you and you have like things kind of poking out of it, um, first of all, the thing poking out, you're going to see at different angles. So when it's like pointing directly at you, you're just kind of like seeing just kind of like, you know, the the shape of kind of it from, you know, above. But then at the, you know, outermost edges, you're seeing it like laying flat, if you will. So you're seeing kind of more of the form, and then you're also getting them kind of like, you know, instead of like being a drone looking down into the canopy of a forest, you're like standing at the edge of a forest, like trying to see through it because of all the trees. So you get like different kind of like density, and you can really play that up to help make something feel nice and three-dimensional. So that's kind of one of the things that I enjoy about the egg shape in general, is essentially I can just start stacking these up. I think I want to get more like curling happening with these. And then, like, as it's in front of us, you know, they're kind of more spaced out. We're seeing in between them, but again, it kind of like gets thicker as we get to the edge of it. The rainbow ball and chain trap looks like a chicken feeder. How's that? I guess I'm not familiar with it, with what a chicken feeder looks like. Like, I've seen troughs that, you know, like at my grandpa's, he had chickens and he'd put grain in a trough, but not familiar with like a chicken feeder specifically, I guess. All right. So I think I want to get more bulbous. Like that. Okay. Huh. Alright, I'm going to hide that layer. And we're just going to start adding the color in, I think. So I'm going to start with this. And we're going to set that to 30%-ish. And then, yeah. Oops. That can be a base layer, and then I'll do this. As another layer. Any clues if you are involved in any coming minigame designs? Looking forward to playing the birthday event pipe minigame, the Cheesy Pipe Party. Yeah, no, I don't have any new minigames. I did work on kind of some of the Cheesy Pipe Party rewards for this year, though. There's some updates to that. in the pipeline. Um, yeah, no, I would like to work on more mini games. They're a lot of fun. So maybe I'll be able to do that soon. We've been like crazy busy up until the new year, and now that we're kind of, you know, we've been back from the holidays and all that, and we're kind of starting to kind of like get our next area figured out. It's really exciting. Really like what's going on with that. And I have ideas for, you know, where to go, what to do, kind of for like, well, I don't really want to talk about it at all, but like some really exciting, cool stuff. Um, and our art load has been, oh my goodness, I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh my goodness, sorry about that. I just have like something tickling my nose. Ugh, that's annoying. Okay, so basically before the new year, the art team was like crazy busy getting the conclusion cliffs already and out. Um, and now we're kind of like in a nice area where we can kind of like, you know, uh, slow our roll a bit and kind of prep some cool stuff, and even work on some backlog art. So there's been some kind of like art that the team has wanted to kind of deal with, um, getting done finally, which is lovely. Uh, I've been kind of helping out again in kind of some content management stuff, for the birthday. Been kind of getting that event all ready to go. Made some interesting kind of adjustments to that. We'll see how that kind of pans out. Um, yeah, no new mini game stuff right now. Have some ideas, but I haven't gotten around to kind of building any of that, prototyping it at least. Yeah, I'm also excited to play the cheesy pipe party. I know I've been kind of enjoying playing it in the test environment, so that's been fun. Yeah, yeah. All right, so just kind of building up some shapes here. Might even switch this. It's a little distracting with the highlights there, so I'm gonna change that layer to a multiply so it's not as kind of in my face. Right, and nearly done kind of building up these kind of pieces. Uh, am I the artist who worked on the Queso Geyser area? I am one of the artists. There were several of us that worked on pretty much every area. We've had multiple artists. The very, very, very beginning of the game, I was the sole artist, but um, pretty much since, goodness, when was the, maybe Feroma? I'd have to actually look to see kind of like what some of the first mice were from other artists. But ever since that started happening, we've always had multiple artists working on everything. But yes, I did work on the Queso Geyser area. Oh, well, thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, some very fun pieces in there. Mm. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the kind of like idea of dragons in that area, showing kind of like three different classes of dragons. like wyverns, worms, and dragons specifically. So you'll actually notice that when you look at the different tiers of them, take a look at the limbs. The the worms, I believe the case is that they have no wings, but they're like draconic kind of style. And then wyverns have, I have to remember exactly, but like their arms are their wings, and then like full on dragons have like arms and wings kind of idea. Uh, if I remember correctly, I think that was kind of how we built that up. Yoshi egg. Does the Yoshi egg look like this? I thought it was like green spots on a white egg or something like that. If I'm Yoshi egg. Yeah, green spots on a white shell. Okay. I remembered correctly. Huzzah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, like the pressure builders are the ones with like wing, their arms are wings. So they're like mid tier, and then like yeah, the worms, whelplings, whatnots are kind of like below that. They just are kind of more draconic, but like without the ability to kind of fly, I guess. Oh, there's so many dragons. Yeah, like love dragons. They're just a cool kind of mythos, and so many different cultures have done so many different interesting things with them. All right, so let's get this layer building up, and we're going to use just like a lighter color for this, just so that I can see it. But eventually, I'm going to blend what I need to together. Okay, I think I'll do those ones on the right side on a different layer, like a layer below. Yeah, actually, okay. So that's a great question, Nicholas. So the Hydra mouse was the first mouse that actually got like put into the game as a fan illustration. We had like an art contest. Um, let's see. And then yeah, so the Chronos mouse was also an art contest, but then I repainted that one. But did we? Yeah, the Hydra mouse was also repainted, but originally the image in the game was, let's see, yeah, unknown date when it was illustrated by Nilsen Chang, way back. And yeah, okay, I don't know when we updated the art, but yeah, back in 2009 that was added. Good old MouseHunt wiki. Yeah, so that was a fan creation. We later repainted it, and the Chronos mouse was also a fan creation that I painted. Um, yeah, I should do more. They're pretty cool. It's been a very long time since we've done like an art contest, actually. Death Star from Star Wars designed to look like an egg. That could be fun. I think we already have our roster, our carton of eggs, if you will. Um, unfortunately, we won't really be doing kind of like coming up with new ideas for this one because we kind of had like a meeting about designing what eggs will fit, and we kind of had way too many ideas, and they are very specifically. Charlie, don't put your tail there. They're very specifically kind of like designed to work with resources in game or catching specific mice or whatnot. So as fun as it would be to illustrate that, I don't really know kind of like what mouse would you catch to get that one, right? Like that'd be more of a kind of trap skin idea, I think, than an egg. Just because like an egg, you need to look at it and know like where can I go and get that, right? Okay. No, actually, we do not have that trap skin for the diamond ball and chain. That'd be kind of a cool one though. We don't have that yet, anyways. Maybe we'll end up doing something like that. Okay. So what I want this to feel like is kind of like gloop being pulled by gravity, but upwards kind of thing. Okay, this one I'm going to do layer behind. So I'm going to change the color again just so that I can maybe tell the difference between them. Okay, and we'll get more from behind too. As I was talking about earlier, kind of stacking these textures to kind of like show the forms being wrapped around this radius. This one can come from behind as well. Yeah, just flip it. Okay. Yeah, have it like dripping out. That's not actually a bad way to handle this idea. Um, fair point. So I'm thinking maybe I actually want these kind of like coming out from the cracks. Technically, that might make the most sense. Maybe like that. I think I'm kind of gonna have it growing out of these plates. Maybe a mixture of it kind of like cracking and peeling apart like that. Yeah. Okay, and now I'm gonna kind of pull these back a bit, make them a little more subtle. Make this one go to the side. You can hear the dishes in the background. That's Alex doing dishes. Okay, so I think I'll do one more curly one here. Don't have really many curly ones. All right. So let's do, I think I might actually try this. Go with something a little more like that. And then do a clipping layer here. MouseHunt is not something you play, it is something you live. I feel it. It's not a game, it's a lifestyle. Alright, so try that, and then I think for the actual kind of middle area, I'm going to do, you'll clip it here. Maybe more like this. Alright, and then for these, what I could do is use a gentle brush to kind of like erase it away on a mask layer, or paint it in as blending. I think I'll paint it in. So first of all, I can kind of blend these edges. Like so. Kind of merging them with the plate below, if you will. Right. Kind of reminds me of a dragon fruit. Yeah. Rabbit. Okay. So then, I think I'm actually going to grab more of this color, lock that in, and grab this. Maybe paint over all of it first, and then start to kind of like do it like that. Cool. Okay. Okay, I'm going to hide the sketch layer. Okay, I think I need it to be more kind of pink haze around it almost. I think this pink needs to be like more saturated, like hot pink kind of. Maybe not quite hot pink, but more just like bubblegum. Nice. All right, and then the different cliff genre icons look like the ink icons on a printer. Was that intentional or just a coincidence? The ink icons. I'm not sure what you mean by the ink icons. Like on a like an ink printer, they have icons like because they're kind of fairly representational of their genre. Oh, I don't want to travel just now. Oop. Okay, I do. Hmm. Don't know. But yeah, I mean, like, they are designed to be kind of simple to read icons that reflect the kind of like, you know, um, comedy and tragedy and that kind of stuff, romance. But yeah. Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The ink levels, right? Um, Technically, no. I don't think we were intending it to kind of like read as ink cartridges, but like that's actually pretty good. I didn't even think of that. Because we're used to using progress bars in the game, right? Uh, but no, now that you mentioned that, I'm just gonna kind of think about it like that. Yeah, the reason the pages are the colors there is the entire page gets printed in that ink, and that's a part of the process. Why you got to build up your ink reserves so you can do the fantasy colors. I don't know. Yeah, that's actually pretty great. I like that. No, I did not think of that at all. That connection totally coincidental, but that's great. I like that. Okay, just gonna play around with some of the colors. This I'm gonna sort of blend it into the crevasse there a bit more, and maybe get some of this yellow kind of the very tips of these. It gets a little bit noisy up in the top here, so I might pull that hot pink up there back and let the yeah, I think that's a little clearer. Hmm. Honestly, yeah, like doing some devil fruits would be a lot of fun. Could do all kinds. I mean, that's kind of like what. Well, it's not what these eggs are, right, at all. But like that's kind of the funness of designing these is like it's in that realm of just kind of like here's like you know a simple shape and make it look wacky. Like make it really interesting for just being it's a fruit, but it's like clearly a whimsical magical fruit, right? Like that's kind of the idea of why it's so fun to just make these. So this is kind of the same idea, if you will. You know, it's like the blight one, if you will. It gives you being sick with powers. Your body can, get goopy and gross and absorb things. Yeah. Mm. Jake, can you give us a hint about the boss of the Mythweaver hinted in the description? Do we need to wait for the next area? Do we have to surprise in the next update coming for the cliffs? That is a kind of like deep lore, not telling you vibe. But yeah, I like. There's a lot to the lore that we don't actually communicate right now. Um, a lot of like stuff that was kind of set up like long time ago, like really long time ago. And some things that we have that haven't really kind of played around with in a long time that I want to kind of, use to tell more of the story, but we haven't like been able to, like, we haven't had free time to really kind of dig into it because it's very, very much not, you know, required gameplay. It's nested, hidden kind of like stuff that, it's easy for most players to just completely miss and ignore. Um, so I have like ideas about like I'd like to do more kind of lore stuff, but we haven't really had the kind of right time to do what we want with that, if you will. And there's still things to kind of like build up and resolve to get it in the right places to do certain things. So yeah, I mean it's slowly kind of like marching towards these things, these answers or more questions even. But there's stuff there. Some of the knowledge exists. Um, it's just kind of need to almost put on theory hats and explore what could actually be what. But yeah, I can't get into that, unfortunately. It's not the right time. But yeah, I would say that the Mythweaver really did his best to march to the beat of his own drum. He was quite defiant to all mice and men, in a sense, but yeah, can't get too deep into that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, there's like lots of really interesting kind of like canon uh, that we have not really gotten to kind of put into the game, but there's the tiniest of threads of hints that do exist in places from oh so long ago. So, yeah, I don't know. I would love to get into it. I'm not a good writer. I have like documents, pages and pages of kind of like what's going on. Just haven't had the right ways to kind of like reveal that. And I also think that like the way that we're doing the lore building, the world building, all the kind of like that kind of stuff, um, we've always been very gentle with it. We've been very light, and not kind of like making it, super important to, you have to know everything and like here's all the kind of like pieces of the puzzle. I actually enjoy that we kind of leave big gaps in the sense that, you know, if you're really kind of curious, you can come up with theories and like different players have different theories because there is that space to kind of like, oh, but like what if it's this and like, I enjoy that space where it's not just kind of you're handed every piece of the puzzle, if you will. So I know that I personally enjoy seeing players kind of like theory craft, the, who's what's going on. I think it's neat. And to that point, I don't know that we would ever fully kind of, lay out the kind of whole kind of concept of, you know, this kind of universe. So yeah, I don't know what I'm saying other than just kind of like I enjoy it being a little bit nebulous, because I enjoy that people come up with their own kind of explanations of things. There is more correct kind of angles, but until we get to a point where we're being very specific with it, we probably won't be, you know, saying, that's the right one. Because it's more fun this way, I guess. I don't know, maybe people disagree that it's not as interesting to not know perfectly, but we're just not in the right moments of the story to kind of like crack all that open, I guess. I think I think we will explore a lot more of it in time. But it's also like kind of out there, so we kind of got to build up to certain things. That's kind of where I'm at with it, I guess. Yeah, I think we should get more lore tied into the gameplay. Yeah, a lot of us actually read the description of each and every item when the new area comes out, which is kind of how you have to do it. It's like that's what I enjoy about kind of like how the lore can be constructed is it's not just kind of like here's a cutscene that tells you what everything is and we kind of hand feed it to you. You can kind of start piecing it together by, reading the descriptions of the mice and the items and then like being like, wait, can these things be related? And I think that's a really cool thing. So like it's MouseHunt is its own beast. It's a very specific, unique, uh, special project that it it is a very slow burn. I think that makes it very special, and it also means that not everyone's going to get the kind of like same kind of experience out of it. But for the players who care about this and pay attention, they can kind of get more out of it as they kind of start piecing things together. Um, Maybe that's bad, because maybe everyone should be able to kind of like get into that stuff. But again, I think more of that will start to kind of like come about as certain things shift. But yeah, again, we're not quite there. Um, had I more time for the conclusion cliffs, I did have things that I wanted to kind of get written in, um, and unfortunately didn't have enough time to kind of like resolve all that. So um, maybe I'll find a way to kind of get some of the stuff that I was thinking about into it, because like Mythweaver has a lot of connection to things in the world of MouseHunt. So it's kind of like a great conduit for getting more of the information out there, but it's a tricky one. I almost had too much that I wanted to put in, so it was not something we could actually get done. And also, it's like obviously MouseHunt is a creation of a team, and so it may be a case where it's like, oh, I want to reveal this, but if the kind of rest of the team doesn't think it's the right kind of moment or time to kind of like do that, then you gotta work with everybody and kind of like get on the same page, right? So there was a little bit of kind of trying to resolve that, and doesn't always work. But yeah. All right, so I think that this is relatively close to where I want it. Yes. So Sri, great question. Again, this was a situation of we were overloaded. Well, not overloaded, but like we were kind of strapped to, hit the deadlines that we needed to. And unfortunately, that kind of like the thumbnail animation was something that I was really looking forward to, but it was like a lower priority technically than getting other things done, and ran out of time. Um, so, because I was like, you know, wanting to do some crazy stuff with it, but it just, I did not have enough time to kind of like do that and get everything else to the level I needed it to. Um, Technically, I could maybe try and get something whipped up, get that in for the treasure mapping stuff. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, because yeah, with the ultimate specifically, it's just kind of like that would be, you know, one that I'd want to go crazy on the animation. Like I have ideas for it, but yeah. So uh, when I was talking with the team about it, um, one of the things that came up was how like every myth weaver before there was, you know, some kind of cute little animation in the thumbnail, and every time I kind of like spaced out that animation loop to be even longer and longer. So uh, I'm sure that there were a lot of players that just sat there staring at the thumbnail for like way too long. Um, and apologies at being amused at that, I guess. But yeah, that was kind of something that were like, got him, I guess. You know, so it's kind of interesting. It was the ultimate Mythweaver's last laugh, I guess. But yeah, I did want to do an animation for it. I did not have enough time, unfortunately, to get it done. Um, so we'll see if I can. I would like to, but no promises on that. There's a lot that I really want to get done, and things that I think would have more impact. Although it does feel bad to not have it because of the precedent I set up with the other ones. So yeah, yeah. Stare at it willingly for an eternity. I'm sorry, you must have blinked and then you missed it. That's all I can say to that. Yeah, I guess you just can't blink. Sorry. Yeah. So we'll see if I can manage it. Okay. So here is an egg. How do we like it? We did that in, well, just under an hour actually. Part of the reason why eggs are so fun is they can be nice and zippy too. Um, Spelling error on the art for the spellbook base. Interesting. On the art. That one's been around for a while. All right. So, haven't looked at that in a long time. Uh, Forever. It's been a while. Okay, well. Do I have any unfinished stuff in some portfolios that never made it into the game, finished or unfinished? I mean, technically, yes. I am um, sitting in them. Boop, boop. So yes, there are. Uh, there is some things that like might still make it into the game. We just need to kind of like get the right moments to do it. Yeah, I would say there are, but not a lot. We tend to be pretty decent at making sure that we're not wasting resources. I'm gonna get a little bit of light on the tops of these. Yeah, not too many things come to mind specifically though. So I can't just kind of off the dome be like, oh yeah, yeah. So there's these items and traps or whatever. But yeah, like the journal theme, that's one that a lot of you know about. Um, I guess some lore stuff, quite a lot of lore stuff, but that's not the art. Like in my like lore docs, I have backstories on every single character basically, which is good fun. I do like world building a lot. Like when I've run tabletop games before, I definitely spent significantly more time designing and writing the world than I did like ever running the game. Just how it goes, apparently. Sure, there are a few DMs out there that can share my experience there. Uh, so did I come up with most of the lore? Are there other team members who are into that stuff? Yeah, I would. Um, so obviously it is a team effort, but uh, I would probably attribute most of it to kind of my input, at least early on. Um, that would probably be fair to say. I don't want to like take too much credit or anything, or rather the blame for it being kind of as loosey goosey as it is, I guess. But yeah, I guess that's probably fair to say. Like, but I don't know. Like, there's also a lot that ends up happening through kind of um, developers being like, you know, helping design the areas and especially writing the descriptions. Like that's where actually a lot of it gets kind of like worked out. So in that regard, no, because I have not written nearly as many descriptions as other developers. Uh, but I suppose like what those are, based off of were things that were kind of like somewhat set up by kind of like just my early crafting of this world. I guess I don't know. It's hard to actually like say that. I think. But I suppose it's probably true. I think like a lot of the very deep lore, yes, Who created Calamity Carl? I bet he's hiding in Hell's Moving Castle Trapskin from us. Uh, one of my portfolios. I did create Calamity Carl, yes. And he is hanging out on his ship as a zombie. It is also sunken, so he is, you know, near the castle, just in the half-sunken ship. That's where he lives, just hanging out. If there is one character or item lore that you would like to go back and redo, what would that be? Great question. Pretty easy answer. But I would say it's like the plank run pages, in the sense that I want to kind of like redo it in a way that makes it more kind of useful. Not useful, I guess, like updated. Not that I would change things in that. Like, a lot of that's intentional. There's some things that don't need to, like, so what we were doing with that, we weren't totally sure what we wanted it to become. Originally, it kind of was like a Larry's Tips kind of idea, like, to do the, like, Feroma quest kind of thing, you needed to learn how to make those cheese and stuff. And so we were hinting at, like, oh, here's a kind of like, you know, how to play hint. You have to drop and earn it, and then figure out kind of like the recipe through this convoluted thing. And we thought that was a cool way to do it. And in the beginning of the game, when it was like so simple, and there really wasn't any like interesting mechanics going on, that was a cool way to do it. It was like you wanted to discover it, and then, you know, like that revealed, you know, how to play in a way. But I don't want that in, you know, the plank run pages. I want it to be more just kind of like, you know, revealing kind of like some events about the world building and lore, and it has a lot of that, to be fair, more than people might even kind of realize. But yeah, it's an incomplete kind of thing. I would say there's a lot more I want to kind of put into it. So that's kind of what I would want to not redo, but work on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I have ideas around it. Things I would like to do with it is just finding the right time to kind of actually do that has been the biggest challenge. Because I know part of us want to actually update the interface for it too, and like make it better, because it's pretty rough and not great at the moment. And you know, that was Jacob writing back then, so I feel like it could be stronger as well. So might want to do a little bit of you know, tune up for the actual writing. But yeah, it's a little above and beyond, so we haven't really gotten to dedicate resources to it too much. We've done some kind of, you know, playing around, but it's again, it's just such a kind of like side project that it hasn't been able to kind of come to fruition. So I mean, that's all I'll say on that, I think. Much that I would love to do with it, but not happening right away. Ooh. Doing an autosave, I think. Hello. It's taking its sweet time. Come on, computer. Haven't saved, so This better not be locking up on me. Do not like how long this is hanging for. Do not close. Wait for it to respawn, please. Okay, that's concerning. Alright. I don't know what's up. It does not normally do this. Okay. Well, that's a save now. Let's save. My cursor. Where are you, my cursor? Whoa, what is going on, Clip Studio? I'm a little concerned. Are we back? Okay, we're back. Jeez. That was scary. Okay. Alright. That's saved now. We're good. How many eggs are we doing today? We'll see. I have up to 3 I can work on. I would say this one's pretty solid for now. I'm gonna move on to the next one. I think we have 50 minutes-ish, just a little under, before I go on lunch break. Let's actually do a little time-lapse watch. Just see how this kind of pans out. See if there's anything that, like, ooh, I liked that element and I want to bring that back in. Having eggs for lunch. I should. I should make an egg sandwich or something. Okay. I did kind of like how dark parts of that were. Maybe I'll reduce some of the glow at the bottom. The hazy glow is maybe a bit too strong in parts. But I think it's good to have. Like, I kind of want it to feel spores are coming off of it kind of idea. So maybe I'll add little speckles and kind of reduce the haze just a tiny bit. Boom. Okay. So let's reduce this down a bit. A lot, in fact. And get like some of the speckles. Again, same idea with that like deep texture kind of idea where it's rolling around a surface at the kind of that outer edge. This is like where this haze should be kind of the most dense. If it's kind of like almost an atmosphere around the egg, right? As it wraps around the form, we're kind of like seeing through a thicker layer at the edge than when we're like facing it down directly. like this atmosphere layer kind of just stuck to the outer shell. Nice. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So this one, let's see. We're going to... Oh, I have an idea for this one. Okay. Take a hunt. Yeah, all right. Let's go to... Sorry, I'm just looking at some assets off stream, or off screen rather. Items? Yeah. All right. That might work. And actually, this sketch would be pretty ideal for this. I suppose what I could do is actually do this. Get all cheesy with it. Actually, if I go to the HUD and images, sorry, give me a moment, not that one. No, not that either. Okay. Aha, found it. Is this what I want? Yes. All right. Copy that. Paste that. What could it be? Now I could do it rather simple like this, where it's just like, okay, done. But I think it would make more sense if, because the eggs tend to be tilted back, if I like flip it to be this angle, and then I paint it, well, okay, let's not use that exactly. Let's try this one. And paste that here, and we're just, okay, All right, I think I'm gonna have to build it up. So if I grab this, we hide this, add that, but we're gonna flip it. That's an okay base. Now I want to invert the lighting. and also kind of make it more egg-shaped. Okay, so we'll do that. That's fine, and then I can also use this like a liquefy brush. Okay, so probably not the ideal way to start this, being that I'm basically repainting the entire thing. I guess I could just go into the actual barrel asset. That might be the smartest. All right. Let's see. Is it in items? Where is it going to be? Yeah. Okay, so if I go in here, this is the actual barrel file. These are the barrels. Can hide the different tiers, although I want to grab those eventually. Go in here. Okay, that. Okay, cool. I can invert that. Get rid of that. All right, I'm going to copy this, move it here. What a mess, this whole thing. All right, get rid of that. Move that. Going to give this a flipperoo. Hop. Okay. Oh my goodness, why are you so slow, computer? What is going on? Something is up. I do have like Photoshop running in the background. Maybe that's got like something really big open on it. How many layers do I normally work with on my art? Great question. It really depends on what the thing is. Sometimes it can be up to like hundreds of layers. Not typically. Most of the time, it's like a dozen, let's say. For like a mouse, yeah, at least a dozen. Probably more, but for an item, maybe only like 4 layers, depending on what it is. Usually, I would say a dozen at least, for most things. But I try to keep it low, but then like more complex things. Like this barrel, fairly complex. There's like a lot of layers. There's folders of layers and layers. And duplicated folders, that kind of stuff happens a lot. So it can really end up being quite a lot. Okay, I can use that. All right, so we're gonna get rid of that. Get rid of okay, so I'm gonna take that. I think we can mask it off. Deal with that later. Maybe it's a hollow egg like this. Yeah, so I guess it is kind of more an intuit thing, but you kind of come up with your own systems. Like anytime I go into another artist file, they'll have their structure look significantly different from mine, right? Um, so, you know, I try to keep mine relatively organized, but it's a difficult thing to do. But yeah, it can really change depending on the artist. Like some artists prefer to use more layer effects, whereas I don't tend to use them too frequently. I tend to paint everything directly. Okay, I don't need this layer anymore. Yeah, that's gone. So yeah, I try to keep my files simpler though. Okay, I'm gonna fill this with this color, and then we're gonna use a gentle brush up here. Technically, it might have been easier to just keep it upright and then just like paint in this bottom here on it. Because these curls are kind of upside down, but it's okay. He's okay. Get rid of that. Invert that, maybe? Yeah, seems fine. Let's do new highlights. Or not, don't really need them at this angle. Okay. And then, oh, I already had that cut out. Perfect. Okay, so now, let's tweak this a bit. Maybe I flatten it so it's not as chuggy. Yeah, all right. Happy enough with the kind of lighting to flatten that layer. Okay. It's at least better than the other version I had. Okay, so what is this egg? No one will know. All right. It's a mystery, impossible to solve. Huh. In my country, we hit a barrel instead of a piñata. The children are usually dressed in costumes. It is kind of our Halloween. That sounds awesome. Heck yeah. Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of both of those for now. And we'll do a layer on top of that. All about people dressing up in costumes. I think it's fantastic. We barely know what you're drawing. Faslamen. What is the kind of like event around? Like you said, it's kind of your Halloween. I'm sure it kind of has. I guess yeah, Hallows Eve. I don't really know if that's like obviously it kind of is rooted in something, but I don't remember exactly what it's kind of celebrating or warding off or whatnot. I suppose a lot of those kind of came from, oh, we're trying to, have a great harvest or ward off evil or whatever's. So, I don't know. We humans over the years have come up with very strange things to do with our time. Not that I'm complaining. But the kind of reasoning behind things can be quite interesting at times. Alright, so I'm going to drop this into shadow because it's weird that it's highlighted like that. And we'll do another one on top of that. That will be a little bit darker. All right, so we could add the extra panels as well. I think that could be fun. So do I just go over to the barrel base and grab like tier 3, copy that into here maybe, and then just kind of, oh my god, it's so slow. Maybe I'll just like shrink it down. Let's see how I built this up. Maybe I can grab these panels and flip them without too much trouble. Throw that into a folder. What is that? Okay, hide that. Interesting. Okay, so let's try flipping all that. I guess horizontally too. Shrink that down a bit. Eating party before fasting, classic. Oh, adding the boy would be pretty fun. Yeah. Today people just eat all the time and the children dress up and hit a barrel that has candy inside it with a bat. Classic. I mean, yeah, sure. It sounds fun. But yeah, like people are like, why would I fast? I like eating. And then hey, costumes are fun. I don't know. Where is that? That you have that holiday? I am not familiar with the barrel smacking. Okay, that's gonna try flipping this. Whoop. Whoop. Denmark. Maybe. Right, so it is Denmark. Nice. What does Denmark have against barrels? What did they do? Alright, so I'm going to also grab some of these. Okay. You can just paint up a bunch more of it. Poor, like, Cooper who made those barrels. People just start hitting them. All right. Getting close. Again, these are, you know, relatively small items, so we don't need to go crazy on the details. As long as we have fun with it and it reads well, then I think that's about as much as it needs. We are at 12:42, so go up until 1 o'clock, and then I'll take my lunch and we shall return. Alright, so now I need to get some of that coral going. We already have this layer that I could maybe just move. Actually, okay, I should merge that down. The barrels keep our wine and beer from being drinkable. Also your candy. What were they thinking? Unacceptable barrels. Unacceptable. Gotta get into them somehow. Why not a wooden bat? Seems like the best method to get into a wooden barrel is smack it with another piece of wood. I see no flaw in this logic. Denmark must have really tough kids, man, to break barrels for candy. Listen, they just figured out video game rules before we did, okay? Like, you're running around as Link and you see, you know, a clay pot. There's got to be some rules in that. But you know, barrels, either they explode if they're red or maybe they have candy inside if they are wood. Don't know. I haven't tried it. They were definitely onto something though. Rupees. Huh. In my local store, you can buy barrels made for breaking. Every single piece needs breaking. Is it actually like wood that they're made of for that? I mean, if you're swinging a bat at it and it's like, you know, not a proper cask barrel kind of situation, it's I could see how that would work. made to break, like many things in this day and age. I'm going to make this barrel more kind of like breaking apart, if you will, or at least, you know, not as solid. Actually, I kind of want to, let's see, I get rid of this panel here. That might be kind of neat. And then have like a loose board inside of the water. That I think could be fun. Okay, so I'm actually gonna collapse all that. And then I can actually grab this board and shift it. Why not? And then have this one like in the water. Let's see how well this works. So some kid already took their bat to this one, got the candy out. But I kind of like it being less of a like, oh, here's a complete barrel. We already have those. This is more like made of parts, right? Okay, and then this. And that. Okay, and then there we go. I feel like that's an egg that is related to a lot of the elements of that area. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we got 8 minutes. The fast 11 barrel. That's some very wet candy. Sure, I pronounced that horribly. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. That one came together pretty fast. So I'm going to give that a save, and yeah, alright, we got another 6 minutes. Let's see if we can start to figure this one out. Alright. This one's probably going to be a doozy. So... Alright, let's see. Oh, it's like a really, like, tall barrel. So, like, it'd be very thin panels, suspended. Not a lot of picture, like, I guess, there we go. Yeah, not a lot of pictures, unfortunately, that came up. But, like, a super, super tall barrel. The black cat on the side, is that, like, also very classical? Nordic carnival tradition. Oh, found a Wikipedia article about it. Carnival tradition, Northern European and historical Lutheran nations of Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Latvia, Estonia, Iceland, Faroe Islands, as well as Greenland. Okay, yeah. Got the, like, trick-or-treating, basically. Interesting. Cat in a barrel. Hit the cat out of the barrel. Oh my. Well, I don't know if I want to learn the exact origins of why it was called hit the cat air out of the barrel, but that's interesting. We'll see about that, Nicholas. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, so this one, okay. Only have 3 minutes. Maybe I can start to scribble something real quick. I don't even know if I want to like start on it. Let's see if any of this resonates as anything. I don't want it to get too far away from an egg shape. I tend to be very loose with mine. I tend to kind of like be like, oh, I'm just having fun painting some kind of crazy shape and texture, and I kind of lose track of it being egg-ish. So I should probably try to make sure it remains egg-ish. Okay, 1 minute. All right, and time. Oop. All right, we are at 1 o'clock. That means I'm going to go on my lunch break officially. I'm going to get fueled up, and I'll be back in an hour. Ooh, Dallas. All right. And yeah, actually, Trevor spot. Yeah. Okay. So it seems like maybe it is resonating. Yes, I am going to attempt an ultimate with Weaver Egg. We'll see how I kind of ultimately end up with, you know, the design, but yeah. I think I have, you know, a loose concept here. I'm going to give it a save. We're going to go on to lunch break. I'm going to move this here, and I'll just change my camera over so we can kind of line things up and enjoy our time lapse. Actually, I'm going to put out this one, or yeah, let's enjoy this one. This one's the most completed, in my opinion. So let's have that on display, and then we can watch our time lapse and eat an egg sandwich. All right. So I'll also put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. And yeah, let's do 58 minutes. Great. Okay. Well, I'll see you at 2. Bye for now. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lunch is done. I has returned. Hello. Let's grab me that Larry link to share with you. Bum bum. Hello. Claim gift. Just making sure it works, you know? It's important. Alright. Boom. Link in the chat. Grab yourself some tasty dumplings. Yeah, should we animate this egg? We'll see. We'll see if we can. I like the idea. It'd be fun. It wouldn't be like proper Mythweaver animation where there's almost like, you know, a whole scene. More like just kind of, oh, just glittery kind of pulsing or something like that. But definitely not promising that's going to happen at all. Because, yeah, that's certainly a lot of extra effort that I don't know if we're going to really even get this egg done today. Okay, so let's just kind of close out the time lapse. Probably seen that enough. And we're going to jump back into it. So I'm quite happy with this egg. Actually, I should share with the art team, get their input on things. And move that over here. Good, good. All right. Let's see. Cool. Okay. So, Ultimate Mythweaver egg. I feel like burned neighbor egg. I don't think we're going to do that one. Just someone left the stove on, melted some kind of handle on a pot. Let's see, let's see. All right. I think that this kind of sketch is okay for it. Get like the ribbon tucked in behind there, kind of wrapping around. Like, I think it can work. I want the paper cape to kind of like be a part of this. I think that's a cool element. But at the same time, I almost wonder if there is kind of more of an atmospheric version. I don't know. Like, I think when it's like, oh, this is a specific mouse egg, it can be beneficial for it to kind of look more like that character. So, I don't know. Maybe this is fine. All right. Actually, Liz pointed out a pretty good point in that there does seem to be a lack of kind of shadows happening. And I completely agree. So I'm just going to do a quick shadowy pass over things. Like if I go to grayscale view, it's kind of hard to read what's going on, right? So I might even do something like this. Maybe try brightness kind of pass over the whole thing to kind of like make things read. Now, this is something that I often do on stream, and then I'm like, I regret this. But that's also because I'm kind of doing that as I'm working up the piece, rather than it being kind of like the final tweaking of the artwork at the very end. So I think maybe I can get away with this, because I don't think I'm going to do much rendering beyond. So I'm going to just make sure to try and make everything a little more legible. Kind of darken the coral. Maybe lighten the water up here. Just make sure things kind of stand out from each other. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay, so the coral is like darkened a lot, but I think it does help with kind of legibility of the overall piece, which is what it was kind of having issues with. Like, I think the barrel itself has this issue, but you don't get to see it in as much detail. Perhaps not the greatest way to do it, but yeah, I don't hate it. All right, cool. Okay, so I can finesse that later. I think it's acceptable where it's at, but it's not perfect, so I might go in and fine tune things, but I'm gonna try and figure this one out right now. Okay. So I think for this, having that kind of like jacket would be pretty useful. It's almost like Kingdom Hearts zipper style. Get rainbow colors integrated into that egg there. Could be nice. Could be nice. All right. Maybe the egg glows. Ooh. Okay, so I think at this point, starting to block it in might be useful. So I'm going to grab this kind of like dark purple, and we're going to drop the sketch layer down. Guess it doesn't need to be quite that dark yet. Get rid of those. New layer, and I'm going to block in all this stuff here. Try and get the outfit blocked in. Okay. I know a lot of the eggs we've created have like they're kind of like more the surface of the egg that's painted. And I can't help but want to dress them up instead. Instead of it being just like the surface being painted. I find it more dynamic and fun. Okay, and then we'll do the ribbon, the bookmark, the bookmark belt. behind all that. Doesn't need to be quite so thick. But I don't mind a little foreshortening. Cool. Okay, now the pages. Let's put those, start with behind. Right. Actually, let's do this to start. Actually, I'll do this on a layer above, so clip to that, so that I can kind of erase away the shadow. So I can mask this and do something like this to give it like a drop shadow. Okay, drop the sketch down a little bit more, and we can get glowy eyes. And technically there is a hood up here, if I'm going off of the outfit, but we're very much not actually doing the proper outfit for this. Just kind of similar. Okay, and diffusion brush. Get a little bit of glow happening. Sweet. All right. Glowing quill pen. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to have the like basically erupting quill in here maybe, but I don't know if I'll be able to make that work. Okay. So that's a decent start. It's got a very owl kind of scowl. Okay, so I think what I could do is another layer, and we're gonna come in with our kind of much darker paths. Okay, and then we can get like the gold trim going on. Okay. Make it easier to see what I'm doing. Okay, so it's not technically how the outfit works. But it's a simplified version of it. Technically, the gear kind of system kind of turns back here. And then there's a layer under that that kind of comes out. So I could try to do that. Because there is some like fun detail here where it gets like very filigree. Mythweaver certainly liked some embellished fabrics at times. Alright. This will also be up here. Cool. Okay. Oh yeah, gotta have his small reading glasses. Good point. Nice. We could try adding like a little bit of his beard, maybe. Just a hint of it. Kind of fun, little face just peeking out. Okay. Okay, okay. All right, so above all this, we're going to have the overhanging cape, and we'll have to have some like behind cape. So we'll start with, gonna do 2 layers of this. No capes. Oh. Looks like Clip Studio is doing its thinking. Gonna be a second. I need to figure out what's going on with like the resources of my computer. Discord. Chrome's taking up a decent chunk of memory. Hello. Why? If I close that. Because I don't have like an insane amount of Chrome tabs open. Oh, we're back. Okay. Let's give this a save. Don't want to lose it. Quill in the red belt. Maybe I can tuck it in there. Oh, hello. Do you want to... Wow, what's going on? I don't even have like a lot of files open or anything. Yeah, the CPU loads normal. Memory is being crazy. Google Drive isn't doing crazy syncing. Yeah, apparently Chrome is... Wow, Chrome has a lot of resources being chewed up. I might need to close the chat and reopen it. Let's try. Okay. Yeah, I normally have like tons of tabs, and I don't have that hang up, so I don't know what's going on. I might need to figure it out. Alright, pop out the chat, but I don't think I can do that live. There we go. Chrome? Ronza confirmed. Nice. Alright. Not that Chrome. Browser Chrome. Chrome is always giving us trouble, though. Okay, so I think actually this portion of the cape we're gonna have behind. So we're gonna have these tilted to be, okay, let's move this group here. We're gonna take those out. Okay, and yeah, grab these, move them to a different folder. I'm gonna do this behind the egg. Okay. These are in front. That works. Fantastic. Okay, and then in front of that, don't think I need to get too crazy with these pages. I just need to give the concept of what's going on here. Okay, let's hide the sketch. Okay, I might want some of those pages wrapping around a bit more. And I think I will get the shoulders as well. Maybe one more layer. Okay. And then need to go back to this layer here. And I'm going to hide the front cape here. Need to go up to the second layer. Nice. Okay. Yeah, computer is scrambled and deep fried. Seems like. Runes on the cape pages. Runes on the lower part of the eggshell body. Some rainbow light glow on everything. I think we could pull that off. That might be nice. Okay. So let's knock that sketch down even more. And let's turn the cape shading back on. Okay. The gold gilding, not totally done with this. Okay. And I think we can skip that outer layer. Well, maybe that's fine. Okay. Again, it's not like I need to get every single little detail. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense to do that. why not? A little extra detail, why not? I like it. Okay, something I can do is grab this, erase everything outside of that, move that down there, and unclip, and give this a luminosity glow. Okay, and then below that, we can do more of a kind of orange, and even perhaps a touch of dark purple. Nice. All right. Yeah, definitely need shadows on the bookmark belt. Have not touched that really. So we're gonna get, first of all, the kind of general lighting pass on it. It's quite a saturated belt. And then we'll do a maybe a screen. Or lighten. Do screen. I don't know if screen is right. Yeah, lower part of the egg could get more of those glowy runes. I agree. I think so. Is it implying that he's naked under this robe? Because these runes are like tattooed onto his skin or fur, I guess. I suppose that a lot of the mice we draw are actually not wearing total coverage outfits, if you will. Almost 4 a.m. where you are? I mean, you can enjoy this as a video on demand. You don't need to stay up and watch it live. It's a very slow process, right? I appreciate you hanging out, but go get some proper sleep. It's way too late. You can catch this video on YouTube later and enjoy it in real time if you want. At the end of the video, I'll also kind of like review the time lapse so you can kind of, you know, get the whole sweet video, the production in one go. Okay. I don't want to go too crazy with the rune covering. All right. I think we can go a little bit darker on the belt here. And we need a little more cape coverage here. So we gotta bring this layer back and want to develop it a bit more. And we don't have like the big beautiful nebula background going on here. I don't know if we'll be able to kind of like capture that. Maybe we can try. Okay. So for the back pages, let's kind of make them all very similar. Okay, and then the front pages are going to be a little closer together. And I mean, I'm not sure that quite works yet. The gold filigree is maybe eating up a little too much. Let's do a luminosity layer, and I'm going to knock those all down quite a bit. Purple quill spewing purple magic / lightning in the red bookmark, then ruin everything with a rainbow disco party filter. I mean, I actually did use like the lens flare kind of like not specifically the like lens flare kind of effect that you can get in Photoshop, but I kind of recreated that quality on it. Okay, so I think it'll help to get some rune writing on these pages. So let's do a little bit of that. There was a diamond requested. Put this at the very top because I don't really need it to be on any folder specifically. Alright, I need some initials to hide in here. Have reached peak requests. Have we now? Alright. TRH. Alright, let's get TRH here. CBS. get one or two more. Oh, interesting. Similar to your autograph, just doing it in lowercase. That's funny. Okay, I think I'm going to put one more page layer behind these to kind of backfill that, make it feel more like a solid object. I mean, the Ultimate Mythweaver did write himself into the pages all the time, so yeah, of course. Hello, Alexander. Welcome, welcome. We're just kind of working on some spring egg hunt eggs. Let's actually review what we've got. So we started with this one this morning, and then whipped up that, and we've just been kind of working away at this one here. So quite a bit done today. Not too bad, if I do say so myself. Pretty happy with the designs and the progress on them. As I stated, this is like one of my favorite things to illustrate throughout the year is Great Winter Hunt eggs. They're just really fun. Because they're so quick to whip up. They're just like material study almost. And like, because of how specific and limited they are, they like create a really good challenge. Where like, you have to play within these boundaries, and I actually think that makes you more creative when you have more restrictions and things you need to kind of accomplish with it. So if ever you're kind of like, I'm not having a good art day, and you need to kind of shake that off, it's what you can do is just kind of give yourself more restrictions on what you're trying to create. And I find that actually is helpful. So you have to, get more creative with it and problem solve. I don't know, that's just how my brain works, so maybe not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah. I don't even know what's inside all these. All right. So we could do maybe try and get like the quill or lightning or something. I mean, we did discuss the idea of having a little bit of a cute animation to it. Not that I'm wanting to spend my personal animation budget on this piece. I think there's, maybe more uh, animations that I should get done if I'm going to animate anything. Which is, of course, the thumbnail for the Ultimate Mythweaver himself. I think I'm going to do this. Darken some of these pages a bit. Try and make it a little more three-dimensional. And with these ones, same idea. Okay. Yeah, I could do the blinking eyes. Or, yeah, the pages could kind of hover. I do want to see if I can kind of like give him a little bit more of that kind of ominous backdrop, right? I don't think I'll really be able to kind of cram that in there, but I just want to see what happens if I do that. Because ultimately this needs to like work on a, let's go more brown. Needs to work in the kind of egg sweep or the excavator view, right? So I need to make sure that there's no weird, hard kind of edges. So we'll do this just to try it anyways. So I'm using an erase blend as opposed to a build-up blend, which should mean that I'm kind of like blending the alpha into the pixels as opposed to the other way around. Okay, and then if I use hard-edged eraser, trim the outer border again, and then use an occlusion eraser to just make sure that's softened. Now I think it'd be safe to kind of like sit beside other items. And so what I can do is do a clipping layer here and get our kind of more rainbow colors. Actually, it's the other way around to do this. This is also clipped to the opacity of that kind of background. So actually what I could do is build this up in any color, just like this, right? And then apply a color gradient over it. That's actually how it worked in the original illustration. So I think I'll try the same thing. So I'm trying to build up this kind of nebula cloud behind. We'll see how well it works. It might work. It's just very tight. That may be a bit distracting down there. So we can just keep it up at the top. Okay, so now if I take this and I create a new clipped layer, set that to color mode, and then take my rainbow gradient brush and do this, that should, why is that not changing the colors enough? Hue. Ah. Needs to be on the inside of that. Okay. Gotcha. I need to make it a lot bigger. There we go. That's a little more what I need. Maybe bigger. Yeah, get the purples. Ooh, those are kind of nice colors. I mean, it's fun. I like the challenge. Is the truth. You know, that's one of my favorite things about Feedback Friday is kind of like, all right, how hard can we make this? I don't know why, but that is something that I enjoy about the stream, is kind of like seeing how much I can push it. But like normally we will illustrate one egg a day, let's say. So this is pretty alright. Getting 3 pretty decently detailed up eggs. I guess this robe bit should go behind here. Nice. Okay, and I think overall the whole piece could have like a subtle rainbow over it. So if I did, where could I do this? If I take all of this, sans the background, make that its own folder. Oh, okay, that broke something. Is it this? Okay, hide that. I don't need the sketch anymore. Let's see. I should grab all that. Put that in. Okay, that worked. Alright. And then set that to normal. Put a layer above that. Set that to color. And clip it. And then I grab my rainbow. gradient again. And maybe I'll set it to hue and really knock that back. Maybe it doesn't quite work as well. Tridone color. Just the tiniest hint of it, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so if I look at this in grayscale, what's standing out in what ways? Our kind of belt, bookmark belt, is definitely kind of like really popping off here. We are kind of losing the form a little bit. I think I'll brighten up. Yeah, I think I've turned that off. I'll brighten up this here. So we get that egg form again. The outer portion of the belt maybe is a bit bright. This, I think I'll pull it back a bit. In fact, I might even have it go sort of darker. Now, is the nebula actually really making it harder to see? I think it is kind of impacting it a bit, so I'm going to pull that back a lot. That feels a little cleaner now. So it's got a lot of the elements. It doesn't have everything, but it's pretty okay. The belt, I think we're feeling a bit strong in the, I guess, saturation even. So I might knock it back. And the runes here, I think I'm also going to knock these back. I like that they're there. I just think they can be a bit more subtle. And gonna go a bit darker on the trim here. Just trying to make it feel a little more cohesive. This shoulder, I think, is just a bit bright. Okay. What's going on, computer? Suddenly I lost total control of my stylus. What the? Alright, well, it's a good thing I'm pretty much done, because my computer is misbehaving. I am not thrilled. What's going on? It just completely stopped. Crazy. Yeah. Okay. Well. Alright. I don't know what's up. I think that's going to call it for the the drawing portion of the stream, honestly. Does the egg live up to my expectations? I didn't really have any expectations with any of these intentionally, because I wanted to just see what would happen on stream. There's a couple things I'll tune up on them, I think, when I like go to upload them on Monday. I really, because stream is kind of intense, I'm just kind of like really dialed in the whole time. I find it's useful to come back to it at the end of the, in next week, so I can kind of assess how things look. But yeah, because my computer decided to be a little butt, I think I'm gonna, I can't draw anymore because my tablet is just literally not doing anything. Very just out of the blue. Never had that happen. So concerned. But okay, I'm going to just kind of take a quick gander at each of these and give it a save, and then we're going to time lapse out. So I will share the Larry link for anyone who still needs that. Copy link, paste in the chat. Kaboom. But yeah, I would say that these eggs do live up to my expectations. My expectations for the egg sweeper eggs is that, they like look the part, you look at it and you're like, okay, I know what that is, right? Like everyone kind of saw these and knew kind of what they were about without me actually telling you. And then, once it was kind of like, oh, is this thing? Then I'm like, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty all right. Move that there. Okay. So yeah, I'd say they lived up to my expectations, my egg expectations. I had fun with them. That's the most important part, is that I, the illustrator, had fun. But I hope you had fun too. All right, so I'm gonna bring out the time lapse so we can just enjoy today's efforts, which I feel is very nice to like spend the whole day, start to finish, getting 3 items done, which is definitely pretty good. Normally it's like maybe 1 item, or like half a mouse or whatever, depends on what the subject matter is. But as I said at the beginning, eggs, because they're like more of a material study than like a full-on, just kind of like illustration in a sense, because like a simple shape, I love to overcomplicate them. They go fast, because there's a lot less to solve. Like you don't need to pose it, you don't need to like, come up with a composition that works. It's more just kind of like, okay, it's got to fit this form. How do you do that? Okay, here's just explorations to doing it, and then paint it. and make it, look the part, feel the part, shrink it down, make sure it works at size, and balance the values so that things look good. Um, Again, I still can push and pull that a bit, but because of the rules at play and the simple kind of like form, you can just really get a lot done on something like this. So I enjoy it. If you ever want to just kind of practice art, I recommend just starting with a sphere or a cube or some kind of shape, and then just trying to paint it or draw it to look like a different material. And you can learn so much when you're actually really kind of studying that. Like, do like a wax one, do a stone one, do like a smoky glass or a clear glass or something like translucent, transparent, um, something with like an internal glow, something with like a polished texture or really rough texture, gloopy and melty, cold, all kinds of different ideas. And like each one you can really have fun just exploring kind of like how do you communicate those ideas. So it's a lot of fun. Um, and yeah, shakes fist at computer that is just out of nowhere. Like it's just doing this today. I have not had the weird hang up, freezing, or the pen just literally stopping working completely. So very strange. I'm probably gonna close everything down, restart my computer because it probably has been a while. But I think maybe like for this one, there's some values that I want to push and pull. Maybe the pages I could clarify better. I like the idea of doing like some kind of crackle to it, but again, as I mentioned, if I'm going to animate anything, it's probably better to animate the actual thumbnail of that character rather than its egg for a specific event. But yeah, no, it's true. Just listen to chat, then everything goes smoothly. It actually does tend to work that way. Um, I follow what chat suggests, and it's never a bad idea. Everything works out very easily. Nothing is messy and complicated and challenging. And no, I legitimately do enjoy actually working off chat suggestions. Today was kind of more I knew where everything was supposed to go just because of the rules at play. Egg shape and make it look like this relationship. So kind of wrote itself really. But you know, I was happy to have you all along for the ride. I hope you enjoyed. That's gonna wrap it up for me today, and should be Dave next week. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream and hanging out. I certainly had a good day. Um, and I'm gonna go problem solve my computer. So very strange, but yeah. Thank you as always. Appreciate you all. You're an amazing community, and I'm very lucky to get to do what I do. Yes, happy hunting to you as well. I'm just gonna kind of watch the last playthrough of this because I'm enjoying it. But yeah, slow sign off. Yep. So, how are things? Work good? Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Any new hobbies? Yeah. Okay. Cool. See any good movies? Oh, actually, on that note, um, if you get a chance to see Iron Lung, if you're into like cosmic horror and horror in general, it's an independent film made by a YouTuber, and it's pretty incredible. It actually hit like #1 box office in the U.S. And originally it was like just made to maybe go into 50 theaters, and yeah, it's just kind of crazy how well it's done for like a like independent like Markiplier, the guy who kind of created it. He acted in it, wrote it, directed it, and did a lot of cool work on it, and I enjoyed it. So if you're into any of that, I do recommend checking it out. It's fun, and I just like that it's more of a kind of not big industry titan that, has gotten recognition. So all the more reason to promote it, I think. But yeah, it's fun. If you like cosmic horror and potentially the most fake blood used in any B movie ever. Although I feel like there is definitely kind of like a challenge in that realm. But yeah, good fun. Okay, that's gonna do it for me. Um, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And until I see you next time, happy hunting. Bye bye.